the silent dreams.
The date is the 24th of November, 1887. I am writing this by lamplight in a tent. Not a small tent, a canvas structure perhaps 20 feet long and 12 wide, divided by a curtain into a working section and a sleeping section, with an iron stove at the center that radiates heat in a radius of perhaps 8 feet and manages the rest of the tent with benign indifference. My desk, a camp table, folding, slightly unsteady on one leg, is within the radius. My boots are not. My boots are cold. The lamp hangs from the tent's central pole on a hook, which means it swings slightly when the canvas moves in the wind, which means the shadows in this tent do something no other room on this survey has done. They move. The whole tent breathes almost. The light shifts, the shadows shift, and the tent makes the particular sounds of canvas under tension, not alarming sounds, not loud, simply present. A low, continuous conversation between the material and the air. My name is Edmund Hale. I am a surveyor of railways. And tonight I am not alone. I left Ashford Crossing for the second time on the morning of the 23rd. Mrs. Brennan had not said goodbye exactly. It is not her style. She had set breakfast at 7, as she had every morning, and when I brought my bag down to the hall and settled my account at the bar, she had given me a receipt without excess and said, "Mind the road south of the Hollow Junction. Ran in the rain last week." "Thank you," I said. She nodded and went back to the kitchen. It is not an affectionate farewell, but it is, in its way, the farewell of someone who has attended to you for a week and wishes you no ill, and that is something. I drove the cart south through the valley in the early morning light. The valley looked different at this stage of the survey. I have noticed this on other surveys, the way a landscape changes in your perception once you have walked it and measured it and spent time in it. The valley I drove through this morning was not the valley I had arrived in 10 days ago. The shapes of it were the same, the limestone hills, the stream, the shelf on the eastern side, the field walls running up the hillside in their old patterns. The light was the same November light, pale and low and honest. But I saw it differently. I knew where the line would run now. I knew the shelf, had walked every yard of it, measured it at 200 points, understood its gradient and its condition. I knew the floodplain and the farm and the old mill and the gorge that was waiting at the southern end. I knew the hollow above and to the east, and the moor above that, and the junction where 3 roads met, and a stone marker had stood for longer than anyone could say. The valley was known to me now. Not completely. You cannot know a place completely in 10 days, and I would not claim to. But known in the particular way a survey creates knowledge, the knowledge of having attended carefully, having measured faithfully, having written it down. I drove through the known valley and felt, as I always feel at this stage of a survey, the particular satisfaction of a thing that is nearly done. The road south of Wren's Hollow Junction deteriorates, as Mrs. Brennan had warned. Not badly, still passable for a cart, still maintained in the basic sense of being identifiable as a road rather than as a field, but narrower and rougher, and in the low-lying sections showing the scars of last week's rain, wheel ruts deep enough to require careful navigation, mud at the verges that had hardened into ridges and hollows. I drove slowly. The valley narrowed as I went south. The limestone hills on either side, which had been well separated in the main valley, leaving the wide floor that the survey had confirmed was suitable for the alignment, drew closer. The stream, which I had been able to see from the road in the main valley, disappeared behind a screen of alder and willow along its bank, audible but not visible. And then the gorge began. Not dramatically, not all at once. The land simply changed. The hillsides on either side became more assertive, the limestone pushing through the thin soil in outcrops and ridges that were absent in the gentler terrain to the north. The stream dropped from earshot, and then, as I rounded the last bend in the road before the camp, I could hear why. It was below me now, running at the bottom of a cut in the rock that was not yet visible, but was clearly present from the sound of it, the particular compressed sound of water confined, moving faster than it moved in the open valley. And then the camp. I smelled it before I saw it, the particular compound smell of a working camp, wood smoke and damp canvas and horses and food being cooked in quantity and something metallic underneath all of it, the smell of tools and the ground they have been moving. A functional smell, not unpleasant. Then I came around the bend in the valley road and saw it. 12 tents, 3 of them large, the mess tent, the equipment tent, and the one that has been designated as accommodation for the surveying and engineering staff, which is where I am writing this. The other 9 are smaller, the sleeping quarters of the labourers and the teamsters and the 2 engineers currently on site. Horses in a temporary paddock to the east, a cooking fire outside the mess tent with a large pot over it, 3 men working on something involving timber and rope near the gorge edge. I could not make out exactly what from a distance. 2 more men walking the road alignment with measuring chains, working steadily southward. Noise by the standards of this survey. Not the noise of a town, not the noise of industry, simply the noise of 23 men and 8 horses doing organized work in a valley that has, until recently, been very quiet indeed. I stood at the top of the road and looked at it. The future as it presents itself in November. The man who met me at the camp entrance was the senior engineer, a man named Doyle. He was my age or slightly older, mid-40s, lean, with the quick economical movements of a man who has spent his career on construction sites and has reduced his physical vocabulary to what is necessary. He shook my hand without particular ceremony and took me directly to the gorge. "This is what I wanted you to see," he said. We stood at the edge of the gorge and looked down. The stream at the bottom was perhaps 40 feet below us at this point, dark water in a dark limestone cut, moving quickly after the recent rains. The gorge walls were sheer at the top and then gentled into slope further down, the stone pale grey against the dark water. On the far side, the proposed alignment continued on a shelf of ground at the correct elevation. Between them, 60 feet of air. 7 arches, I said. 7, he said, spans of 40 feet each. We've bored the foundation points. Rock is solid to depth. He looked at the gorge with the expression of a man who has been looking at it for 3 weeks and has arrived at a considered position. "It'll be a good viaduct," he said. "Yes," I said, "it will." We stood for a while longer at the gorge edge. Below us, the stream. The sound of it came up from the cut, not the gentle murmur of the valley stream, but something with more force, the water compressed by the narrowing of the gorge into something faster and louder and more particular. I have stood at gorges before. They are not unusual in limestone country, and this part of Derbyshire has several. But each one is specific in its dimensions, its stone, the particular sound of its water, the exact quality of the air that moves through it. This gorge is specific in a way that I find difficult to describe briefly. It is not dramatic, not a great canyon, not a scenic spectacle. It is simply a place where the land opened over a very long time along the line of least resistance in the limestone, and the opening became a cut, and the cut became a gorge, and the gorge became this, 40 feet of pale stone above dark water, with the sound of the stream in it and the sound of the wind across it, and the silence that both of those sounds create in the spaces between them. I thought of Renwick's phrase, "The valley has 2 or 3 years." Here at the gorge, it felt more immediate than it had anywhere else on the survey. Here was where the future would be most visible. 7 stone arches, 60 feet above the stream. For 100 years after this line was built, 203, those arches would be here. Long after Edmund Hale and Doyle and Renwick and Mrs. Alderton and Thomas Birch were gone. Long after the company that commissioned the survey had been absorbed or dissolved or forgotten, the arches would be here. Things made of good stone last. Mrs. Alderton's hollow lasts, because of good stone. The viaduct will last for the same reason. Doyle was still looking at the gorge. He had the quality of attention that some engineers have, the ability to look at a structure that does not yet exist and see it clearly, to see not the gorge but the viaduct in the gorge, the stone placed by stone, the arches closing, the deck going down, the first train crossing. "Have you built viaducts before?" I asked. "3," he said. "Yorkshire twice, one in Wales." He paused. "The Welsh one was difficult, wrong stone. They used the local slate, which was cheap, and it moves in the frost." "And this one?" "Local limestone," he said. "Same stone as the gorge, it'll weather in." He said this with the quiet confidence of someone who has thought about it. "In 50 years, the viaduct will look like it grew out of the gorge wall." I said nothing, but I thought, yes, that is right. That is what a good piece of work in a landscape looks like, not imposed, but grown, following the logic of the place. Forsyth would have agreed with Doyle. I spent the afternoon working with Doyle, confirming the gorge crossing details, reviewing the boring records, checking my gradient calculations against his preliminary construction drawings. We worked well together. He is precise and direct, and he does not waste time, and he does not resent the fact that I have a role in the process that he does not, which is not always the case between surveyors and engineers. Some engineers resent the surveyor, who comes first and defines the parameters within which the engineer must then work. It is a reasonable resentment. In a way, the surveyor gets to find the line, which is the interesting part, and the engineer has to work within it, which is the constrained part. But it produces bad work when the resentment goes unmanaged, because the engineer who resents the survey will push against it rather than work with it. Doyle did not push against it. He had read my preliminary notes, I had sent them ahead, and his questions were specific and informed. He had understood the parameters and was working with them. At 5 o'clock the light failed, and we moved inside. The mess tent at 5:30 in a working camp on a November evening is a particular environment. I will try to describe it accurately. Long tables, 2 of them, running the length of the tent. Oil lamps at intervals, more numerous than in any room I have occupied on this survey. The mess tent is lit generously, because men who work hard in cold conditions need their evenings to feel warm, and light is part of warmth. The floor is canvas over compacted earth. Benches along both sides of each table. 23 men sitting down to eat. The sound of it was not what I am used to. I have eaten alone or in small groups for most of this survey, in rooms that held the quiet of the place around them. The mess tent was not quiet. It was not loud, not the noise of a London tavern, not the noise of celebration. But it was the unself-conscious noise of a working group of men at the end of a day's hard labor, comfortable in each other's company, with no particular reason to moderate their volume. Conversation at close range, overlapping, the sound of plates and spoons, laughter twice, in response to things I did not catch. A brief, good-natured argument at the far end of the table about the correct way to do something involving timber, which resolved itself without my involvement. I sat next to Doyle and ate my supper. The food was plain and substantial, the kind of food a camp cook produces for men who have been moving ground all day. A meat stew of some kind, with bread and a great deal of it and a potato beside, and tea in a tin cup that was too hot to hold comfortably, and then very quickly the right temperature, and then faster than seemed reasonable, not quite warm enough. I ate everything. The man on my left, I learned his name was Walsh, a Derbyshire man who had worked on 3 previous railway contracts, asked me what I thought of the gorge. "I think it's workable," I said. "We can build that viaduct," he said, with the certainty of a man who has built things before and knows what certainty feels like. "Good stone, good footings, give us 18 months. "When the act passes," I said. He shrugged, the shrug of a man who knows that acts pass or they don't, and that his job is to be ready for when they do. "When it passes," he said. Then, will it pass? I don't know, I said honestly. The survey is good, the alignment is sound, the economics, I paused. The economics are more complicated. He nodded as though this confirmed something. Always are, he said. He went back to his food. I observed the camp over supper. These are the things you notice when you eat in an unfamiliar group. The hierarchies, the alliances, the tensions, the ease. In this group, the hierarchies were clear and easy. Doyle at the head of the engineering table, Walsh beside him, the other engineers distributed along the bench. The laborers at the other table, with their own internal arrangements that I was not in a position to read. The ease was also clear. This was a group that had been working together for 3 weeks, and 3 weeks on a construction site is enough time for people to find their positions relative to each other, to know who tells a good story and who doesn't, who carries their weight and who corners, who is trusted in a difficult situation and who is useful in the ordinary run of things. They had found their positions. There was a quality to the mess tent that I had not expected and that I kept returning to over the evening. It was the quality of purposefulness, not urgency. There was nothing urgent happening. The tent was full of men eating supper at the end of a working day. But there was a sense that everyone in the tent knew what they were doing there, what the collective project was, what their part in it amounted to. Purpose shared. I had been alone for most of this survey, alone with the landscape, alone with the ledger. The camp was the first place the purpose was distributed among many people. I found this unexpectedly moving. After supper, some men went to their tents, and some sat on at the table with their tea, talking. The cook, a broad, silent man whose name I did not learn, began clearing with the methodical efficiency of someone who has done this every evening and will do it every evening and has reconciled himself thoroughly to this fact. Doyle stayed at the table and spread out a drawing. "Can I show you something?" he said. He showed me his preliminary sketch for the viaduct piers, the foundations that would go into the gorge walls, the stone chosen and the coursing planned, the proportions of the arches. He had been thinking about it for 3 weeks clearly, and the thinking was good. The arches were slightly more generous in their span than strictly necessary, which would make the finished structure lighter and more elegant than the minimum specification required. I looked at it for a long time. "This is more than the contract will ask for," I said. "Yes," he said. "The company will want to know why." "Because it will still be here in 200 years, he said, "and in 200 years no one will know the contract specification, but they'll know whether it's beautiful or it isn't." I looked at him. He was looking at the drawing, not at me. The expression on his face was the expression of someone who has thought about something sufficiently that they no longer need to justify it. I thought about that for a long time. It is not the kind of thing engineers usually say, or rather engineers feel it. I have known engineers who feel it, who care about the beauty of what they build as much as its function, but they rarely say it directly. There is a professional vocabulary available: structural integrity, load distribution, the mathematics of the arch, that does duty for the aesthetic consideration without requiring anyone to use the word beautiful. Doyle had used the word without apology. I respected that. I asked him how he had come to engineering. He looked at me for a moment, as though deciding whether the question was worth answering. Then he said, "My father was a mason, stone. He built walls, mostly farm walls, boundary walls, the occasional building, in Galway." "Irish," I said, noting the faint trace of it in his speech that I had not been sure about. 30 years in England, he said, which was not a denial. He used to say, "The wall is your argument with the land. You say this is how it should be divided. The land says, try, and the wall either stands or it doesn't." He looked at the drawing. I thought about that when I saw the gorge. The viaduct is the argument. The gorge is the land. The question is whether the argument is sound enough to stand. And is it? He almost smiled. 7 arches at 40 feet, local stone, yes, he said, it'll stand. I asked him about the falsework. The falsework is the temporary timber structure that supports the arch while the stone is being laid. You build the arch on it, and when the keystone is in and the mortar has cured and the arch can bear its own weight, you strike the falsework, remove the timber support, and the arch either stands or it doesn't. 3 times, he said, watching the falsework come down. What is it like? He thought about this. He was not a man who answered questions carelessly, and he took a moment with this one. The first time, he said, I thought it might fall, not because there was any reason to think it would fall. The engineering was sound, the stone was good. But I had been carrying the possibility for so long that at the moment of removing the support, the possibility was still there. It took a few seconds after the falsework was down before I understood that it was standing. And the second time I knew it would stand, but I still watched. And the third. He picked up his pencil and made a small adjustment to the drawing. The third time, he said, I understood what my father meant about the argument. The arch stands not because we built it, but because the argument was sound. We made the case in stone. The gorge accepted it. He set down the pencil. You watch the falsework come down and you think, it accepted it. I have been in this work for 22 years, and no one has said this to me before. Not because no one has felt it, but because the language of engineering does not make room for it. Usually, Doyle makes room. I thought I will put this in the ledger tonight. I already have. I left the mess tent at 9 o'clock. Outside, the camp was quieting in the way a camp quiets, not all at once, but in stages, as one tent after another went dark and the sounds from each diminished. The cooking fire had been banked and covered. The horses in the paddock were still, their dark shapes just visible against the slightly lighter dark of the sky. The gorge was not visible from the camp at night. It is south of the main tent area, and at this hour there was only the sound of it, the compressed sound of the stream in the cut, coming from the south with the constancy it had had all day and would have all night and had had, no doubt, for centuries before any of this. I stood outside for a moment before going into the survey tent. The sky was overcast tonight, no stars, unlike the previous nights. The cloud was low and grey and uniform, the kind of cloud that promises weather without delivering it yet, holding everything in a mild, damp, indefinite night. The valley around the camp was dark, but not empty. I stood and looked at the dark valley and thought about the 23 men in the tents around me. They are not, most of them, local men. Walsh is from Derbyshire, but the others have come from wherever the previous contract was. 3 of them, I learned at supper, from a Yorkshire bridge project, 2 from the Midlands, 1 from Galway, via 30 years in England, who had been working on English construction projects for most of his adult life, and spoke with an accent that made his technical opinions sound like weather forecasts. They are the people who build the things that the survey recommends. I recommend they build. I had not thought before this survey about what it would be like to sit with them at supper, to eat the same food in the same tent, to hear Walsh say, we can build that viaduct. The certainty of it. We can build that viaduct. In 18 months, if the act passes and the contracts are signed and the money is committed, those 7 arches will be standing in the gorge. The stone will be cut and laid and pointed. The framework will be built and removed. The deck will be laid. And trains will cross the gorge at 60 feet above the stream that is running through it tonight in complete indifference to any of this. I went into the survey tent. The stove was still hot. The camp orderly, a young man of 16 named Ellis, had kept it going through the evening and had banked it before going to his own tent. The heat was dry and good. The lamp hung from the pole, and the canvas breathed slowly in the light wind. I sat at the camp table and opened the ledger. I wrote, Day 9 of survey, gorge crossing confirmed, 7 arches, 40-foot spans, geology sound, met Doyle, senior engineer. His preliminary pier drawings are more generous than the contract requires, and correctly so. The viaduct should be as good as the gorge deserves. I will note this in the report without directly contradicting the cost specification. There are ways of phrasing such things that leave room for the better choice. The camp, 23 men, 8 horses, 3 weeks on site. Walsh Doyle, the Galway man whose name I forgot to ask but whose father built walls in stone and taught him that a wall is an argument with the land. The cook, Ellis, who is 16 and takes his job seriously. The mess tent at supper, louder than anything on this survey so far, not uncomfortable, different. Then, below the ruled line. Something I have been thinking about all evening, since Doyle showed me the pier drawings and said what he said, asterisk. The viaduct will outlast all of us. The arches Doyle draws tonight will stand in the gorge for longer than any of us can usefully imagine. And they will be beautiful if Doyle has his way, which I think he will. The company will see the drawings and see the cost and push back, and Doyle will make the argument calmly and with the certainty of someone who has already decided, and in the end, I believe this, the arches will be generous. Because he said, in 200 years, no one will know the contract specification, but they'll know whether it's beautiful or it isn't. I have been doing this work for 22 years, and I have never said that out loud. I have believed it. I have acted on it, in the choices I make about alignment and routing, and the things I note in reports, but I have not said it out loud. Doyle said it as though it were obvious, because it is obvious, and yet I have not said it. I am going to think about why. I wrote to Clara. I had not managed a proper letter since Wren's Hollow, the brief note from the inn at Ashford Crossing on the 23rd, which was 4 lines and a postscript about the weather, did not count. Tonight I had more to say. I wrote, Dear Clara asterisk. I am writing from a canvas tent at the southern end of the Ashford Valley, where a construction camp has been established in advance of the proposed lines building. There are 23 men here and 8 horses, and the mess tent at supper sounds like London. It is strange, after 3 weeks of quiet inns and hollow villages, to eat at a communal table with 20 other people. Not unpleasant, simply strange. There is an engineer here named Doyle. He was born in Galway but has spent 30 years in England, and he is responsible for the preliminary design of the viaduct that the line will need to cross the gorge at the valley's southern end. I spent the afternoon working with him on the crossing details, and after supper he showed me his preliminary drawings. He said something tonight that I want to set down before I lose the precise form of it. He said, in 200 years, no one will know the contract specification, but they'll know whether it's beautiful or it isn't. He was talking about the viaduct arches. He has made them more generous than the contract requires, more elegant, in the proportions of a structure that will carry trains across 60 feet of air above a gorge in limestone. The company will push back on the cost. He will push back on the company. I believe he will win. I have been doing this work for 22 years. I have believed, for most of those 22 years, what Doyle said tonight. I have acted on it, in the choices I make about where the line should run, in the things I write below the ruled line in the ledger. But I have never said it in those terms, out loud, to anyone. He said it as though it were obvious. I think it is obvious. I think I have been less honest than Doyle about obvious things, and I am going to think about that. You are going to teach children. What you teach them will outlast you in the same way Doyle's arches will outlast him, changed beyond recognition, impossible to trace, but present. I know you know this already, but I find I want to say it, here in a tent, after a day of gorges and engineering drawings, and a man who knows what he knows without apology. The survey is nearly done. Caldwell Junction tomorrow, and then home. Sleep well, Clara. Your loving father. I folded the letter, added it to the letters for Clara that were accumulating in the outer pocket of the survey bag, 3 of them now, unsent, waiting for a post box. I would find one at Coldwell Junction or at the town beyond it. Then I sat for a while with the pen in my hand and the ledger open, and said nothing more. The camp was fully quiet now. The gorge sound came from the south, steady and continuous. The camp went fully quiet around 10 o'clock. Not silent, the gorge was still audible, and the horses moved occasionally in the paddock, and the canvas of the tent continued its conversation with the wind. But the human sounds had ceased, one by one, as the tents went dark, and by 10, the only human awake in the Viaduct camp, as far as I could tell, was me. I sat at the camp table for some time after finishing in the ledger. Not writing, not reading, just sitting with the tent around me and the stove and the hanging lamp and the sounds of the camp at rest. There is a difference between being alone in a place and being the only person awake in a place full of sleeping people. At Ashford Crossing, at the inn on the moor, at Mrs. Alderton's Hollow, I was, at some point each night, simply alone, the only person in a room or in a building or very nearly. The quiet of those nights was the quiet of a place where the people had finished and gone. Here the people are still here. 22 men sleeping in the tents around me, in the thick unconsciousness of men who have done hard physical labor all day and have no need of anything but rest. The camp is full of them, their breathing, if I were close enough to hear it, their warmth, contributing to the collective warmth of the place, their presence, distributed through the canvas structures in the dark. And I am awake in the middle of it. Not alone. Simply the only one awake. I thought about the camp in a longer view. In 10 or 15 years, perhaps sooner, perhaps later, this camp will be gone. The tents will have been struck and moved to the next site. The temporary paddock will have been dismantled. The cooking fire will have been cold for years. The cleared ground where the tent stood will have grass on it again, and then heather, and eventually it will be indistinguishable from the surrounding valley. Except for the viaduct. The viaduct will be there in the gorge for as long as the gorge is there. The camp is temporary, the viaduct is not. Walsh and Doyle and Ellis and the cook and the Galway man, they will have moved on. They will have built other things in other valleys. Some of them will still be doing this work in 10 years. Some will have stopped. Some will be dead. The particular arrangement of these 23 men in this particular valley on this particular November, this will not be again. But the arches. I thought of something Doyle's father apparently said. The wall is your argument with the land. The viaduct is also an argument with the land. A more ambitious argument than a field wall, not just this is how I divide you, but this is where I will cross you, at this height, and in this form, on these 7 arches. The gorge says, try, and the viaduct either stands or it doesn't. In this case, I believe it will stand. In this case, I believe the argument is sound. And in 200 years, someone will look at the arches, weathered to the same grey as the gorge walls, the limestone deepened and patinated by time, and they will know whether it was beautiful or not. I turned down the lamp until it was very low. The tent went to shadow, the stove still glowing faintly through its vents, the lamp a small, reduced amber, the canvas walls going dark. Outside, the gorge continued its unchanging sound. Somewhere in the paddock, one of the horses exhaled a long, slow breath, the breath of a large animal entirely at rest. I listened to the camp for a while longer. The sleeping weight of it, 22 men, 8 horses, 3 weeks of work in the ground. The future resting. I thought about what it means that a camp like this precedes a line like this. Before the first rail is laid, before the first cutting is dug, before any passenger boards any train, this. 23 men in canvas tents in a limestone valley in November in the cold, making the ground ready, understanding the site, speaking with the quarry manager, boring into the gorge walls to understand what is underneath. This is the beginning of a thing that will last 200 years. It begins intense. There is something in this that I cannot quite name, not humility exactly, because the work is done with confidence and purpose. Mori-like proportion. The viaduct will be large and permanent and beautiful, and it will be made by men who slept in canvas and ate stew from tin plates and kept a stove going against the November cold. All large, permanent, beautiful things begin this way. In the cold, in preparation, in the particular patience of people who know that what they are doing matters and are willing to be uncomfortable in order to do it. Walsh, Doyle, Ellis, the cook, the Galway man. The future sleeping in the dark. I am glad to have been here. I am glad to have seen it at this stage. The viaduct will not yet be built when I come back, if I come back. But this night, this camp, these 23 men and 8 horses and 3 weeks of work in the ground, this is also part of the viaduct. This is the part no one will see in 200 years. But it will have been here, and I will have known it. The Viaduct Camp. November 24, 1887. The future resting. All is well. I did not sleep immediately. This is unusual for me at the end of a survey day. The combination of outdoor work and evening writing typically produces a tiredness that resolves itself quickly into sleep. But tonight the mind remained active, turning over things, the way it does when the work has arrived at something it has not yet fully processed. I lay in the sleeping section of the tent, in the dark, and I thought about Doyle's father. The wall is your argument with the land. You say this is how it should be divided. The land says, try. I thought about all the arguments with the land I have made in 11 surveys over 22 years. The cuttings and the embankments and the viaducts and the tunnels, all of them arguments. This is where I say you should be. This is how I say you should be crossed. The land receives these arguments and either accepts them or over time rejects them. Frost in the cutting, flood on the embankment, subsidence in the tunnel. The land saying, try harder. The Ashford Valley Viaduct, if it is built as Doyle intends, with the generous arches in the local stone, will be an argument the land can accept. The gorge already has the structure in it, in some sense. The rock on either side has been waiting for the spans to close across it. The arches will complete something that the gorge itself began. This is the version of the work that satisfies me most. Not imposing, completing. I thought about Walsh. We can build that viaduct, give us 18 months. The certainty of it, not arrogance. Walsh is not an arrogant man. Simply the certainty of someone who knows what he is able to do and says so without embellishment. He has built 3 viaducts. He knows how stone goes up. He knows the sequence of it, the foundations, the falsework, the coursing, the voussoirs closing to the keystone, the falsework struck, the arch standing on its own terms for the first time. He has watched that moment 3 times, the moment the falsework comes down and the arch stands. I have never seen it. I have surveyed the ground. I have found the line. But I have never stood at the gorge edge and watched the falsework come down and the arch take its own weight for the first time. I thought I would like to see that. I thought perhaps I will come back. There is a thing surveyors rarely speak about, which is the ending. Every survey ends. The ledger closes. The report is written. You board the train and go back to the office and write the final version on proper paper and submit it and attend the meetings and answer the questions. And then, eventually, the survey is behind you and the next one is ahead. The places do not end. Ashford Crossing will continue to be Ashford Crossing long after I have submitted my report and cease to think about it in any systematic way. Thomas Birch will open the station at 6:40 every morning and sweep the platform and know what every local farmer is doing and care, quietly, about the quality of what he does. Mrs. Brennan will make tea and note whether a person drinks it before talking. Renwick will be on the moor. Mrs. Alderton will be in the hollow. The gorge will be here, doing what the gorge does. And eventually, if the act passes and the money is committed, and Walsh gets his 18 months, the viaduct will be here too, the falsework will come down, the arches will stand, the first train will cross. And that will be a morning I will not see. I find I am at peace with this. The survey is the part that is mine. The rest belongs to the places and the people and the stone. I thought about Clara. She will be teaching, by the time the viaduct is built, properly teaching, her own classroom, her own children, her own particular arrangement of the work. She will be 21 or 22, old enough to be settled in the direction of her life. I thought of her at her desk in the classroom, whichever classroom that turns out to be, in whichever school, in whatever part of the country she ends up in. I thought of her with 30 children in front of her, each of them at the beginning of something, each of them carrying the particular arrangement of their home and family into the room, and placing it on the desk alongside whatever the lesson requires. What she gives them will persist in them. The same way the valley will persist in me. The same way Anne's garden persists in the garden. The same way Mrs. Alderton's husband persists in the hollow. We carry the things that were given to us by the people and places that attended to us. We carry them forward into the world without usually knowing we are doing it. This is how things last. This is how things are worth doing. I fell asleep somewhere in this thought without completing it. The tent was warm enough. The gorge was audible distantly. The camp breathed around me in the dark. I slept and I did not dream, or if I did not remember it. And when I woke, the camp was already beginning its morning sequence, and Ellis had the stove going, and the smell of the cooking fire was coming through the canvas from the mess tent, and it was a new day. The camp wakes differently from any other place I have woken on this survey. At Ashford Crossing, the waking was gradual and personal, my own waking, the inn below coming to life slowly, the village beyond that. At the Moorland Inn, the waking was coloured by the storm's aftermath, the changed quality of the air, the drop in the wind. At Wren's Hollow, the wren. Here the camp wakes with the purposeful incrementalism of an organisation that has a schedule and intends to keep it. Before 6, Ellis stoking the cooking fire. At 6, the cook arriving at the mess tent. At 6:30, the first men emerging from their sleeping tents, moving with the slightly compressed efficiency of people who know that breakfast will be at 7 and work will begin at 6:30, and there is a sequence and it will be followed. By the time I had dressed and come out, the camp had already gathered itself into the working day. There is a particular quality to a construction camp in the early morning that I had not encountered before this survey. It is the quality of a collective purpose just beginning. The men emerging from their tents do not drift or linger. They move in the direct way of people who know what the first task is and are already, mentally, doing it. Walsh was at the equipment tent before I had finished my breakfast. The 2 measuring engineers were at the Gorge Road before 7:30. The labourers who had the heaviest work, the physical work of clearing and gradding and stake driving, were assembled by the cooking fire, eating quickly, with the focused efficiency of people who understand that the work will be hard and who have prepared themselves for it. I ate with them for a few minutes before Doyle came to find me. It was the first time I had sat with the labourers rather than the engineers. Not because of any snobbishness, I am not a snobbish man, but because the seating at supper had been organised by long-established custom, and I had followed it. This morning, I happened to be at their table when they sat down. The conversation, which I had not followed at supper, was easier to follow at this distance. the road to the south, which was still soft from the recent rains, the best way to set a stake in wet limestone, a question about whether a particular tool was in the equipment tent or had been left at the gorge yesterday. Small, precise, practical things. The conversation of people who are about to go and do something difficult and are settling the logistics of it before they begin. I listened and ate my porridge and thought, this is also the survey. These men, at this table, at this hour, in this valley, this is also what the ledger should contain. I ate breakfast in the mess tent with Doyle and two of the other engineers. The breakfast was substantial: porridge, bread, bacon, tea, working food for working men. I ate it with the appetite of someone who has been sleeping in cold tents and walking cold ground and has, in this way, arrived closer to the appetite of the men around me than I am in ordinary life. After breakfast, Doyle took me back to the gorge. In the morning light, it was different from the afternoon before. The gorge in morning light. The sun was low, still November, still the short-angled sun that only just clears the eastern ridge before beginning its shallow arc. But it found the gorge in the first hour of the morning, catching the top of the western wall and sending a line of light down it, very slowly, like a tide going out in reverse. The stream below was dark, as it had been the day before, but in the angles of the morning light, the surface of it caught occasional glints, brief flashes, where the water turned over a stone or compressed around an obstacle, bright and gone. I stood at the gorge edge with Doyle, and we looked at it together. "Where do the piers go?" I asked, though I knew I had his drawings. He pointed: North Pier, there on the solid limestone protrusion, South Pier, there where the gorge wall was thickest, and then the 5 between at 40-foot intervals. I looked at the 7 points he indicated. In 18 months, if everything proceeded, limestone from the local quarry, Doyle had told me he had already visited it, already spoken with the quarry manager. Local stone in a local gorge. The viaduct would be made of the same material as the valley. That is right, I thought. That is what a good piece of work in a landscape looks like, not the imposition of something foreign, but the elaboration of what is already there. The gorge is limestone, the viaduct will be limestone. In 50 years, as Doyle said, it will look like it grew. I spent the morning at the gorge, taking the final measurements for the survey, the exact dimensions of the crossing, the precise elevations that the report would need, the confirmation of the gradient on both sides. The work was detailed and satisfying, the kind of work that is entirely clear in its purpose. I am measuring this so that someone can build this, and the measuring must be right, because the building must be right. Walsh was working on the south side of the gorge while I measured on the north. He was doing something with survey stakes and a chord level, marking out the preliminary footprint of one of the piers. We worked in parallel for an hour or so without exchanging words. Occasionally, I heard the sound of the stake going into the ground and the cord going taut, and Walsh's voice saying something to the man working with him that I could not make out. The sound of work across 60 feet of air. There was a moment, somewhere in the middle of the morning, when I stopped measuring and simply stood at the gorge edge and attended to it. Not for long, 10 minutes perhaps. The instruments were packed away temporarily. I had completed the North Pier measurements and had not yet begun the center section. I stood at the edge and looked down. The stream was in full shadow at this hour. The sun had not yet reached the gorge floor and would not until midday at this season, if then. The water was very dark, moving quickly, the sound of it coming up through 60 feet of air with the particular quality of sound that enclosed spaces give to everything within them, slightly amplified, slightly more present than the same sound in the open would be. The gorge walls on either side were pale, the grey-white of Derbyshire limestone, with the darker patches of lichen and the wet sheen of last night's dew. The cut of the gorge was not perfectly vertical. It angled slightly, the way water-cut stone always angles, following the path of least resistance. At the top, the walls were almost sheer. Lower down, they eased into slope. In the angle of the near wall, the north wall, the one I was standing above, there was a ledge perhaps 20 feet down, a horizontal outcrop where the limestone had fractured along a bedding plane and held its position while the water cut further below it. On the ledge, a tuft of vegetation. Something small and tenacious, rooted in the thin soil that had accumulated in the angle of the rock, surviving the shade and the spray. I stood and looked at it. A plant living in the gorge wall, not because it chose to, plants do not choose, but because a seed found a ledge and a little soil and enough water and enough light, and the conditions were sufficient, and it grew. In 200 years, the Viaduct pier will be there instead. And something, probably, will be growing on the pier as well. Lichen, certainly, perhaps something that seeds itself in the mortar joints. The stone will be alive with the small life that colonizes all old stone, given time. I thought the gorge will accept this, the gorge will make it its own. At midday, I finished. I packed the instruments into the survey bag. I looked at the gorge once more. The stream below, indifferent and continuous, doing what it has always done, doing what it will do when the viaduct is here and when the viaduct is gone, if the viaduct ever goes. 7 points along the gorge walls, marked now, the preliminary stakes of the North Pier were visible from where I stood, Walsh's work. Small wooden stakes in the face of the limestone, tied with red cord, already showing the first pale lichen growth on the exposed end grain. The sky above, grey-white cold. Already the gorge was receiving the argument. Already it was deciding. I thought Doyle's father was right. The land says, try. And the stone either stands or it doesn't. This stone will stand. I thought in 200 years. In 200 years the arches will be here. The stone will have weathered to a darker grey, the way limestone weathers, acquiring a patina of lichen and time. The stream below will still be running. It has been running since before there was a valley here, in any form that a person could stand in. It will still be running when the last train has crossed the last arch of the last viaduct. And someone, a person I cannot imagine, in a world I cannot imagine, standing at the gorge edge in the year 2087 or 2100, will look at the arches and know, without needing to know who built them or why, whether they are beautiful or not. Doyle said, they'll know. Yes, they will know. I walked back to the camp. Before I reached the equipment tent, I stopped for a moment. The camp seen from the slight rise near the gorge path was entirely ordinary. Canvas in a valley, horses in a paddock, a cooking fire with a thin line of smoke, the sounds of men working, the particular percussion of organized physical labor, the hammer, the cord pulled taut, the boots on compacted ground. This is what the future looks like before it is the future. It looks like canvas and cold, and 23 men who know what they are doing. I stood on the rise and looked at it for a moment, then I went down. Doyle was at the equipment tent, reviewing something with one of his engineers. He looked up as I passed. All done, he said. All done, I said. He nodded, he went back to his drawing. Then he said, without looking up, the report, the arch specification, I'll phrase it carefully, I said. The company will see a case for the generous specification. I'll make sure of that. He looked up then, something in his face that was not quite surprise, more like the satisfaction of a confirmation. Thank you, he said, simply without ceremony. Thank you for showing me the drawings, I said. We looked at each other for a moment, two men who have spent their careers attending to the same kind of thing in different ways, who have found in this week something like a common language. Then he went back to his drawing, and I went to find the cart. I thanked Ellis, who happened to be passing with a piece of timber, and received the thanks with the slight surprise of someone not accustomed to it. I settled the survey bag. The horse, patient as always, waiting. I drove north, back up the valley in the early afternoon. The camp diminished behind me as the road curved. First the sounds of it, the particular layered human sound, going quiet by degrees as the distance increased. Then the tents themselves, visible above the hedgerow for a while, then gone behind the fold of the hill. Then the valley and the road and the stream to my left and the limestone shelf to my right, the shelf where the line will run when it runs. I drove slowly. I was in no hurry. The valley, now that I knew it, looked different from within a moving cart than it had looked while I was walking it on the first days of the survey. Walking, you see everything at the pace of your own attention, each section of wall, each variation in the slope of the ground, each place where the stream bends or widens or passes under the shadow of the alders. The ground gives itself to you in the order you arrive at it, and the order is dictated by your feet. From the cart, the valley moves past you. You are still, and the landscape moves. It is a different kind of looking, less intimate, more comprehensive. You see the relationships between things rather than the things themselves. The way the shelf sits above the flood plain. The way the stream relates to the shelf. The way the gorge at the south end draws the valley to a close like a sentence arriving at its period. I have surveyed this valley. I understand it technically, but it is only now, moving through it at the cart's pace, that I see it as a whole. At the point where the shelf is clearest, where the limestone rises from the valley floor in a clean, level band, exactly the width the line requires, for perhaps a quarter mile, I stopped the cart. The horse waited. I sat and looked at it. The shelf in the afternoon light, the stone pale and clean, the frost from the morning still on the shadowed sections, the sunlit sections dry and grey, a rabbit somewhere in the rocks, briefly visible, then gone. Above the shelf, the higher ground. Below it, the fields, the stream, the lane. And along the shelf, the ghost of the line, not yet there, not yet even committed to, but present to me now, after 9 days of the survey, as clearly as if the rails were already laid. I could see where it would enter the cutting at the south end. I could see where it would emerge at the north end, curving gently down to the valley floor toward the station at Ashford Crossing. I could see it. The line was there. Forsyth used to say, "You don't draw the line, you find it." I found it. That evening, in my room at the crossing bell, Mrs. Brennan had kept it without being asked. I wrote in the ledger. Day 11 of survey. Final measurements at gorge crossing completed. Everything confirms the recommended alignment. The report will be straightforward. I know what it will say. The camp, 3 more weeks of preparation work, then standing down until the act passes. Doyle expects it to pass. He has already ordered stone. And below, the ruled line. The shelf on the way back this afternoon. I stopped and looked at it, and I could see the line. Not because I have made a decision, the decision is the company's and then Parliament's, but because the survey is done, and I know this valley now, and the line is here. It has been here. Forsyth would say this means the line was always here. I think he would be right. Doyle told me that when the falsework comes down and the arch stands for the first time, you think, it accepted it. The gorge accepted the argument. The stone accepted the load. The arch stands because the argument was sound. I think about the line in the same way. I have made a case for it in measurements and gradients and alignment notes and 34 pages of report. The valley will either accept the case or it won't, but the case is sound. I believe the case is sound. The arch will stand. And in 200 years, someone will look at it and know. One more stop, Caldwell Junction, and then home. The Viaduct Camp. November 24, 1887. All is well.